Well, we are live. Welcome everyone to this live show today. I hope you're all well. If you're watching this as a rerun after the video's been uploaded, then in a few minutes' time we will be going through some of the latest events, the latest updates, the latest headlines in relation to this topic. But right now we are just going to spend a few minutes waiting for people to come to the live. If you're just joining us, welcome. Thanks for joining us. It's good to see you. These are live shots in Beirut at the moment. There's a big storm there, so a lot of flashes of lightning going across the screen. But yeah, we are going to show you some of the latest updates very shortly in the next few minutes in relation to the world events and things that are going on across the world, and in particular the Middle East and with Iran as well. So we're going to show you that. But please do come in and please like the video if you can, because it really helps us to get the video out there so that more people will see it from the algorithms, etc. So please do give the video a like if you can. That would really help. And we, as I say, we'll be covering this in the next few minutes. We'll be showing some of the latest updates and also having the cameras on for a while, and because it really is just a situation that is unfolding. We don't know exactly the timing or what's going to happen, so it's important at least to have the cameras on at the moment, I think, as these events are going on, so people can see what is going on across the world. Thank you for your support of the channel and of these live streams. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if you want to become a channel member, you now can. You can do that on the main channel or by the side of the live chat if you're interested. It really helps to support the stream. Or by the I'm just looking at the comments. Hello everyone. Just seeing your comments. Good to see you. Good to have you with us. So I'm just setting up the stream and I'll be with you very shortly. Hi Mud, welcome. Hi Simone Nyman, good to see you. So yeah, give me a few minutes. I'm just setting this up. I'm not taking this stream from anywhere. This stream is licensed. It's all above board. We pay for these streams. This is coming from a professional camera that is stationed in, or two stationed on the edge of Beirut. So, yeah, we're not stealing this stream from anywhere. This is all above board. We have licenses to cover this stuff, and we get live feeds as they come, as different cameras become available. So yeah, this is in Beirut and this is live. There's a storm here, as I said. You might see some flashes of lightning at times. Yeah, sorry, Karen. I wasn't saying you do. You were saying that. Sorry, I was just speaking in terms of some people have asked that question, like whether we're just showing the TV and things like this. But no, it's yeah, it's we're paying for the shots. But yeah, this is live in Lebanon right now. We've been live a few times over the last few days, and a lot of different things going on in Lebanon and Israel. So yeah, it's interesting, and I hope this coverage kind of helps you to appreciate what's going on out there and essentially what people are going through. Good evening, Tricky Subject and Eamon Farron. Thanks, Anita. That's no problem. I know some people don't like people doing new things, but the channel hasn't changed. It's just that we do live coverage now. We're still going to be doing some normal videos as well. I don't. If anything, I see an addition of live coverage to be actually something that's an addition. So I don't see additions as things that take away from anything. I see them as adding to it. So yeah, this is what we're doing live. We're not, we were doing maybe 3 or 4 videos a month, like normal videos, but we're also doing live videos almost every day, so I would call that an addition, personally. Because it's important to see what's going on in the world. I've never understood that kind of thing, of this sentiment of doing more things is worse. I think it's actually a good thing, personally. So yeah, I'm going to talk about some of the stuff that's going on in just a couple of minutes. Give me a second. Surely doing more content is better, right? If you're just joining us, please do give the video a like if you can. It really helps to get the video out there more. If you could just spare a like for the video, that would really help. This is just on the edge of Beirut, in a place called One sec. It's in The main one is in the southern Beirut, in a suburb called Shofat, and the camera on the top left is from Babda, which is just outside, looking in to Lebanon, to Beirut, sorry. Okay, so as I'm sure you're aware, there's been a lot going on recently, and we're just going to show you some of the things, some of the main points of what's been going on. I'm going to go to this slide. So, yeah, just for the point of interest, to give you a picture of this, there's been 325 red alerts today alone in Israel. Yesterday there were 94 and 1,468 in the past week. So this is red alert, rocket alert, drone alerts and things like that. So there's 1,468 in the past week is so much. And if you look on here, since October the 7th, there's been 26,494. 26,494 rocket alerts in Israel since October 7th. And there's like a graph of how that has kind of panned out across it. UAV alerts. So yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? Over 26,000 since October 7th, that event in October 7th. And that's tonight, all the most recent ones. But yeah, and it's just a lot, really. It kind of puts it in perspective, doesn't it? How many alerts there are. Can you still see? Can you still hear crickets right now? I think you can. Okay, you can still hear the crickets. I think I can turn it off there. So, yeah, there was some reports today just showing you kind of what's going on at the moment. The following Khamenei's threats, Iranian forces positioned to strike Israel. This was in the Jerusalem Post. The reports come a day after Iran's supreme leader issued a new wave of threats against Israel and the United States. Iranian forces positioned to strike Israel. In response to its retaliatory strike last month, reported on Sunday, citing sources familiar with the subject. The report comes a day after Iran's supreme leader issued a new wave of threats against Israel and the United States, promising a crushing response to Israel's October retaliation. The anticipated attack will be the third directly launched by Tehran on Israel since the October the 7th attack. While Israel regularly faces aerial assaults from Iran's proxy groups in the region, Tehran's direct assaults have worried international bodies of escalating problems in the Middle East. It remains unclear if Tehran plans to assault Israel from Iranian soil, as intelligence reports indicate that it may launch the attack from Iraq. The response could also potentially include Tehran's proxy groups, and the names of them there, or militia from Iraq. In a recent interview with that affiliated Lebanese newspaper, a member of the political bureau, part of an Iraqi militia, said his organization was coordinating with Iran to strike Israel. Preparing for Iran's third direct attack, the United States has begun preparing for the attack, announcing that the B-52 strategic bombers had arrived in the region. There you go, there's a picture there. The Biden administration recently cautioned Iran against launching another attack on Israel, emphasizing that it could not restrain an Israeli response if provoked again. So yeah, they've basically, the US has said that, I've got the article here, this has also just come out in the last day, that the US has said to Iran, avoid strikes or face unrestrained Israeli retaliation. A senior US official disclosed that Washington informed Tehran it would not be able to prevent Israel from reacting to an attack. So basically they're saying that the US White House is saying that they wouldn't restrain Israel if Iran hastens to do this again. A senior US official disclosed to Waller that Washington informed Iran it would not be able to prevent Israel from reacting or ensure that any response would remain as limited and precise as before. This communication marked a rare direct message between the US and Iran. White House spokesman reiterated on Friday that Iran should avoid any response, underlining continued US support for Israel in case of Iranian aggression. Pentagon spokesman General Pat Ryder announced additional military measures, including deploying destroyers for missile defense, a fighter squadron, refueling aircraft, and long-range B-52 bombers to the region. Ryder emphasized that US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has made clear that the US would act decisively to protect its forces and interests should Iran or its proxy strike. So, yeah, they're basically saying they don't know whether the plan for this would be from Iranian soil or from Iraq. This attack that could be on the cards here. And recent Israeli intelligence assessments indicate that Iran is preparing to launch an attack on Israel from Iraqi territory, potentially within days and possibly before the US presidential election. And by the way, there was reported on Israel Today on Telegram earlier, which is quite a reliable source, a Christian news site. They've always been on point before. And they've said that in Arab media, they have mentioned that this is potentially imminent. And that's what it said on Arabic media, and that's why I've included it on the video today. Because in Arabic media, they've been talking about this being potentially imminent, this Iranian attack. So, yeah, and there's been a few sources saying about how it could be before the US election. That's obviously not guaranteed, but there's been a few sources that have talked about that it could be planned potentially for before the election, but that's just something you have to wait and see what happens. But Israel and the US believe that if Iran utilizes militias in Iraq, it aims to avoid a direct confrontation that could provoke another Israeli strike on its territory. Israel and US officials emphasized that Israel's response would be contingent on the scale and impact of any such attack. So yeah, that's what's been, and then this came up as well about Iran fearing that Trump win would bring Israeli strikes on nuclear sites and Western sanctions. And there's the threats from Iran yesterday, threatens Israel and US with a crushing response to Israel's airstrikes. And there's been all sorts of things going on. This was today, or reported yesterday as well, that Some commandos went and nabbed someone in Lebanon via the sea through naval operations, and this was it. Yeah, Israel says elite naval commandos abducted an operative in Lebanon. So that was going on. This one, I think this one was today, actually. No, this was yesterday. This has also been going on. Still strikes as well across Lebanon today. There were, I think there was another one today in Baalbek that was reported by which I saw. So, that's all still going on. And also, we were talking recently about North Korea. The North Korean soldiers that were stationed in Kursk, which is just near Russia, at least 8,000 of them, it was reported. Well, Zelensky of Ukraine is calling on the Allies now to stop watching and act on North Korean threat in Russia. So Zelensky is asking the NATO and the West and UK to provide him with weapons to strike the North Korean troops in Russia before they enter the combat in Ukraine. The first thousands of soldiers from North Korea are near the Ukrainian border, and Ukrainians will be forced to defend themselves against them. And the world will watch again. So he's just accusing, he's saying that why is the West watching on while this happens? And he wants to be able to strike the North Korean soldiers where they are. Zelensky to West, let us hit North Korean troops in Russia. So all of this kind of stuff is unfolding at the moment. Ukraine's partners should permit Kiev to strike North Korean troops inside Russia, Zelensky said on Saturday, as more than 10,000 combatants prepare to enter the frontline combat. Zelensky called once again for Western countries to lift the ban on long-range missile strikes into Russian territory. In this case, for preemptive attacks against camps housing the foreign soldiers. So, Zelensky's asking to be able to hit the areas where the North Korean soldiers are. So this has been all over the news, and that was also something we were looking at the other day. So a lot going on in the world, right? What do you guys make of this? All this stuff going on. What do you think is coming? What do you think is unfolding right now? Do you think that Iran is going to do this before the election? Absolutely. Marcy said about not fearing people. Absolutely, yeah. That's a very good point. God is in control, right? But yeah, it definitely seems to be birth pangs, doesn't it? All these events happening. Wars and rumours of wars and birth pangs and... Saul to Paul, do you believe that it's a scare tactic? Are you talking about Iran? Do you think that they're just saber rattling? I mean, they did do a strike a few weeks ago, didn't they? And do you think they will actually go through with this? Yeah, it's definitely dodgy territory, isn't it? Going into this kind of mentality, especially as the US now has said that they wouldn't restrain Israel if Iran attacked again. That they wouldn't. Israel would be unrestrained in response. Yeah, that was gunshots. Yeah. So yeah, that was what was reported in Arab media. As I say, Israel Today reported this, and I trust that they are on point. They always have been very sound, and they are based in Israel. So I trust their judgment. They've obviously seen these things, and yeah, they said today that there was a report in Arab media that Iran is preparing for an imminent attack on Israel. Then they said Iranian officials, the next attack will be much more significant than the previous. And then they quoted the White House, if Iran attacks again, Israel will be unrestrained in its response. In the meantime, the US has redeployed 12 B-52 strategic bombers to the Middle East, and another aircraft carrier group, USS Abraham Lincoln, is en route to the region. So that was on Israel Today. If you want to follow them on Telegram, they're very good. And they just posted also that Israelis are looking to a Donald Trump victory on Tuesday to help them win the war against the Iranian Axis. That's what they just posted. Hearing gunshots there. And we just read on one of those reports also, on one of those sources, I think it was the Jerusalem Post, that they said that Iran, was it the Jerusalem? No, it was Times of Israel. They said Iran fears Trump win would bring Israeli strikes on nuclear sites. Western sanctions, that one. Unbelievable, isn't it? So that was a couple of days ago in Israel. Difficult for people, you know, civilians on either side of the fence when it's just normal people. You know, scary for people, and we have someone we know in Beirut, and he's been finding it a bit scary. A bit difficult also because you know, he's a Christian and he's in Beirut. He's not against Israel, but it's still scary for him, you know, when he sees the planes, the jets come over. And he was saying about how difficult it is in Beirut area now with the economy, you know, with work, and people are starting to suffer and struggle a bit with day-to-day things. He said they are being given food, but it is getting difficult in terms of the economy, and he said the Lebanese media is always. Oh, you see the lightning on the top left there. He said the media in Lebanon is always like pummeling them with fear about the economy and the war and how it's going to affect them. So very difficult for people out there, because you've got a lot of Christians in Lebanon as well. I forget how many it said. We looked at it the other day. It was something like 40%. I can't remember. 40% are Christian. I can't remember, but quite a lot. Yeah, very difficult for people on both sides. The civilians in Israel, of course, as well. Very difficult. There were some killed just recently in the last couple of days in the north of Israel. Yeah, very difficult for people. So that's what we're trying to do here, is just show things raw for what they are and show what's going on in this area of the world, and keeping you informed about what's happening, what's being spoken about. yeah, the world waits with bated breath, really, to see what comes next, whether there will be anything in the next couple of days before the election or not. Obviously, hopefully not, in terms of innocent people and the loss of life and different things like that. And but yeah, and what would happen if Iran did do that? As I say, now US has said that Israel would be unrestrained in terms of their response to that. So, so we'll see what happens. We're covering this a lot. Please do give the video a like if you can, and share it, but especially a like, that would really help. And please do join us as we do this regularly. Thanks Anonymous for becoming a member. Thank you, that really helps support the streams. These are all licensed streams, as I said. These are live links. Well, these are directly to these cameras through the licenses we pay. So, we're doing this to bring you the truth and the news in an independent fashion, without, we're not a big company or anything. We're just normal people trying to show you what's going on without all the fluff, I hope. More neutral, bit less fluff, and, just trying to show, give you this service so you can see what's going on, and also tune in to see firsthand on camera what is the truth of the matter. So thank you, Anonymous. It's really appreciate you becoming a member, and if anyone else wants to support the channel, you can become a member as well. It just helps us cover the licenses. And good evening, Nick from Yorkshire. Where's everyone watching from tonight? Is there... Oh, look at that lightning on the top left. Did you see that? Where else are you watching from tonight? Yeah, there's a massive storm in Lebanon. It's really thundering and lightning there. Well, Med Borsi is from Slovakia. US, Ireland, Los Angeles, Somerset, Kentucky, San Francisco. Is anyone watching from Israel or Lebanon or anywhere in the Middle East? Hi to London, to you in London, Simone. Bulgaria. Hawaii, JG, wow. You must be near to that guy's church that does the end times, JD Farage. Nature's Candy, thank you for joining. Thanks for becoming a member, appreciate it. Thanks for your support of the stream. Jordan, Fred Genius is from Jordan, nice. Not too far from here, yeah. I've been to Jordan, Aqaba, and I've been to the south. I forget the Amman. I've been to Amman, Aqaba, and Wadi Rum. Really enjoyed filming out there. It's a very biblical place, isn't it, Jordan? And so many, looks so biblical. The landscape is amazing. No, someone just asked. Someone just came in and asked about the title of the video. If you scan back in the live, you'll see what I was just talking about. You'll see what the point of the title is and why I put that and where I got that from and what's going on in terms of the latest developments from different sources, including Arab media as well as Western media and all these different sources. And Israel Today on Telegram is really good source, Christian ones that actually live in Israel and have quite first-hand updates. So we don't title these for no reason. There's a reason why we're talking about this. It's not just made up. I would never just make up something. We're trying to have some integrity with the coverage and journalism here. It's not completely made up. We don't just make up titles for that's completely irrelevant to what's being discussed in the world. But no, we don't know for sure. No one knows for sure what's going to happen. No one knows for sure if Iran is indeed going to conduct this before the election or after the election. Hopefully never, you know. Maybe they won't. I hope they don't, but there's a lot of threats being thrown around. It just depends whether they're saber rattling or... I mean, it wasn't before because they've done 2 strikes on Israel so far, or 2 attacks. So this would be the 3rd one, if they did do it. I also sometimes put some of the pieces of information in the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. Those ones that are going across now are from Israel Today. They've seen on Arab media that they're saying that it's imminent, the Iranian attack, but we don't know that for sure. That could be saber rattling. Look at that lightning at the top left. Yeah, I'm going to swap these 2 cameras over because you can see more of what's going on the main screen. Okay, there's massive fault lightning there. Truly unbelievable. I'm going to swap the cameras over so you can see that. Yeah, it should swap over any second. There we go. It's just huge fault lightning. Anyway, I hope you've all got your cups of tea or whatever you drink. I guess in America that's probably, is it iced tea or iced coffee in America? Yeah, I can hear some, there's definitely gunfire going on in the south of Lebanon, I believe that is. There's still a lot going on, especially in the south of Lebanon. Okay. No, but for the person who was asking earlier, I am working on another video, normal video at the moment as well. This is all in addition. Doing these live streams, it's to me, I think this is a really valuable addition to the channel. Wow, did you see that lightning? Yeah, I think this is really valuable. I mean, the options with what we have here is quite vast because you know, any type of events that go on in the world in these last days, you will generally get some kind of live feed. So, and that's not just conflict; it's all sorts of different things. So, you know, if there's protests, if there's extreme weather, if there's conflict, if there's all these different things pertaining especially to the days we're in, we will be able to often show live coverage directly of it, which is something that to me is better than the mainstream news, because it's like raw and direct and independent. mean, for me, this is how I prefer to get the news. This is, or at least in the sense of, this is how I prefer to know what's going on. Like, I've always had a journalistic mind. I used to work in the media, and then I left. When I started to come back to faith, I left that around that time. And, you know, to me, I've always wanted to experience things firsthand, to know what's going on. I've wanted to experience it, not just have someone on the news just telling me something alone. I want to experience it and witness it, you know, to see for myself. And that is certainly, this type of thing is a big step in that direction, when you've got kind of independent media and your own eyes in the skies and eyes on the ground, and just watching it before the stories break in the media, and you can kind of get a bit of a gist of things yourself and work out what you think about it and see some of what's going on. So that to me is like the epitome of journalism, isn't it? That's what journalism should be. Wow, incredible lightning. Thanks, Telder Boy. And, you know, the thing is it's valuable in many different ways doing it like this and having this type of media, because, again, you don't have really staunch kind of agendas, extreme political agendas attached to it. You know, I have my own views, and obviously I have a Christian worldview, but I'm trying not to be extreme in any viewpoint on air. And also, you know, you got people there who can watch this channel, people in Lebanon and Israel who can come across these live feeds and see what's going on. It could help them. It can help people across the world empathize with their plight, empathize with what's going on over in this part of the world. It can help people know what to pray for. It can help people see how difficult it is, and it can help people prepare for what's coming. So there's so many reasons why this type of thing is good, in my opinion. You hear how loud that was? That is what he's talking about, the guy we know in Beirut area. The loudness of those jets when you're there must be scary at times, especially when you don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, those sound like jets though, don't they? They don't sound like commercial. It's true. Yeah, it makes sense whether if Iran might want to find out who the president is going to be. Mainly because of that, right? So that's a possibility. There were some reports of an earthquake in Iran today. Let me just see if that's true. It looks like it may have been magnitude 4.6 earthquake in Iran today. 6 p.m. I guess that's my time. So that would have been 8, 7. So maybe a few hours ago, or is that 1:46? When was this? But yeah, there was an earthquake in Iran today. And that was just outside Tehran in Iran. Magnitude 4.6. And then it says, I think there were two. Yeah, there was a mention of two. Yeah, so there was a magnitude 4.6 and then a 4.2. Yeah, there was. There's some gunfire there. Yeah, look at that. At least 24 injured as magnitude 4.8 quake jolts Iran's Gamsar. Sunday 3rd of November, 10:35 a.m. An earthquake measured 4.8 on the Richter scale has shaken the northern Iranian city of Gamsar, leaving at least 24 people wounded. The tremor hit the city in the Semnan province at 5:16 a.m. local time. The quake was felt in the provinces of Tehran, Qom and Alborz, and then shaken by early morning 4.6 earthquake in the central region of Iran. Yeah, just near to Tehran here. So that was today. And we're hearing some gunfire in the distance. I think that's no, that's on. I think that is on the Beirut. Yeah, that's on the Beirut cameras. Because the border cam has gone. The Lebanon border cam has gone offline currently. So yeah, we're seeing that. We're hearing that echoing around the Beirut area. Please give the video a like if you haven't already. It really helps us to get it out, to get the algorithms on it. If you could just give the video a like, that would be really helpful. Thanks. Yeah, the last time we saw, I think it was about 10 strikes in the Beirut area. That was was it 3 days ago, 2 days ago? That was in the early hours of the morning, 3 a.m. around then. There was a lot of strikes. We saw a few on the cameras, and that was the time just before that Israel also told Baalbek to evacuate, and they did some strikes around that area. And there's definitely been a lot of activity in the south at times, south of Lebanon. And of course Gaza as well. We don't have any cams from Gaza at the moment. They've switched all the cameras to the Lebanon. But there is still a lot going on in Gaza in terms of quite major... You hear the gunfire there? Major issues in Gaza. There's been a number of deaths there, sadly. Thanks, Frank. I appreciate that. It's that was a great thing I learned when I was in Jerusalem, and it was just fascinating in terms of the potential of whether or not they'd build a third temple on the Temple Mount, and I'm glad it helped. So we don't know exactly if or when these things are going to occur in terms of what we've been talking about. Well, both around Ukraine and in this area of the world, in the Middle East. So, yeah, it really could be something that happens all of a sudden. So we're just kind of going to leave these cameras rolling for the best part of the next few days, really, especially. I know we've got the election on Tuesday. It's Sunday today. So, yeah. We'll go live around the election as well to give people a place to come and chat and show some of the live feeds we have as well that we have a license for. Yeah, so that's a plane coming in. That's the airport there, yeah, in Beirut. Again, as I said before, there's more gunfire there around Beirut area. Yeah, I've heard gunfire. I went to the border of Syria a few years ago and I saw them fighting in Syria. I was watching it over the border of Israel and Syria, and very unsettling, yeah. You could see kind of like plumes of smoke and bangs and booms and taste and smell the lead in the air. Very, very unnerving when you're relatively close to it. But that's for someone who's in a safe zone in terms of being in Israel and looking over. But I can't imagine what it must be like if you're smelling and tasting and hearing and feeling all that when you're really close to it and you're actually in possible danger yourself. It must be. I mean, I can understand why people get PTSD.
اوكي ضيفها بعد لي بس اي ساعه هو المحور اليمن اوكي تمام. كان مصطفى منه وفيها دي مرة
Well, I'm just going to get a cup of tea and I will be around and I'll be monitoring the stream and be back in an instant if anything unfolds here. This is Beirut. This is live. Please give the video a like, and if you feel like joining the channel, please do. I'll be around and leave the stream going, so anyone who wants to stay and chat, they can. I'll see you in a few minutes.
يروح يجي يشوف يتعرف على اللي عنده، تعرف عليهم هون بهالبيت. يا احمد في نص ساعه تقول انت ميت، فبقى ساعه اكثر شيء تصبح ساعه تقول طيب اوكي ساعه ممكن.
Denk je aan انا مش عارف اوصل عارف انه بطلع طلع انا هيك بقول له حمد تفضل انا حاسس انه بطلع كتير راح جبت السياره بالبلد بس صاروا هو صاروا سنين كمان
هم عرفوا انه طلعوا وطلعوا مسروقين.
صار عيار هو بصراحه مسؤول مش جايبين بس قلت قلت بدل حطوا يوم ما يسكت بدري بس في يوم ضايم بس مسروق اذا مش اشهر
هيدي روايه صايره حي. بضايق
بس مثلا
قبل ما يصلح هذا الاعطال اللي شو عمل؟ صار تبع شو عمل؟ شويه هون لا شويه هون حطوا بالسطح تذكر يا بس ما بعرف في شيء بيت مش شويه قالوا هون الدنيا المهم عمل حاله راح يجيب وصل هو ما لقى طلع قد الصح هون لقى خمسه قتلوا طلع هاي فل حاله مشي وفل هو عم يفل لقى 4 5 خطيط على الشب شيلوا حطوا طيبين وصبح على نص كيف وفل وضل ماشي وراح وراح اجى هذيك جاب بلع خبز توفيق قط الصحن هاي صار كل الصوت صار هذا يحكي لحاله صار يحكي لحاله صار اطلع عايزين زي ما يقدر يكمل حالك قال لك كده قال لك كده الشيخ اهبل اقول ايه تشي تيجي تيجي قال له هيك قال له بعد شيء كده انت اعز صديق لي واقرب شيء قال له في شيء براسي يا سيدي وبقلبي ما عم بقدر كيف ما تخطط فيه يا اخي ما بستني خطر لحدا قال له شريك خلي عملك وين اللي عملها؟ قال له 20 سنه مش مستني يحكي مش مستني يحكي
Hello, everyone. So yeah, we appear to be hearing some gunfire around the Beirut area for the last 10 minutes. Hello, Full of Hope. Welcome. Good to see you. The tea is with milk, black tea with milk. Not too strong, not too weak, but I definitely prefer it stronger. Hello, Wyodino. Welcome. Good to see you again. Thanks. If you've just joined us, give the video a like if you could. It really helps to get it out there. And also, if you've not seen the beginning of the live, we talked a bit about the latest updates on what's being talked about in terms of Iran and world events. So please do scan back the live video to the beginning and you'll see those updates if you're interested. No, I don't have any sugar in the tea. I don't like sweet tea. I don't like cold tea or iced tea. I just like black tea with milk, a little bit of milk. Yeah, tricky subject to builder's tea, as they call it. Yeah, there's a lot of machine gun. It sounds like machine gun fire around the Beirut area. At the moment, we've just got two cameras, two in Beirut, on the edge of Beirut. The Israel border cam is down at the moment, so all the sounds you're hearing are from Beirut area. And you see the Beirut airport in the distance on the left there.
هذا في عندهم صواريخ ناطرين ليجيبوا لهم
The weather's been quite stormy. We've seen a lot of lightning tonight, and it's raining a little bit at the moment. But yeah, definitely hearing a lot of like machine gun fire in the distance. Yeah, camera 2 is always a little bit dark. I think that camera is unmanned, perhaps. It just seems to be left there quite a lot. During the day it looks alright, but they obviously don't reset the brightness for the evening. I can try and brighten it up, but I don't know if it makes it better or it just becomes a bit grainy. Does that look any better? It's definitely starting to... Oh, there's a thunder, lightning. Definitely starting to rain as well. Yeah, it's definitely raining and flashes of lightning and almost constant gunfire in the last 10-20 minutes. So just in the distance somewhere around Beirut or in Beirut. I assume it's around Beirut. This town is just on the edge of Beirut. So I'll bring you any updates if I have any. Okay, we just got this. US sends warships as Iran prepares for new Israel attack on multiple fronts. The Islamic Republic authorises a new strike despite calls for de-escalation in the Middle East. Iran vows tooth-breaking response. US B-52 bombers reach Middle East. A top advisor alluded to Iran's nuclear potential, suggesting Iran may reconsider its nuclear policy if faced with an existential threat. Iran's supreme leader has promised a tooth-breaking response to ongoing Israeli military actions. This statement follows a dramatic escalation, including an Israeli commando raid in Lebanon, and comes days before the US presidential election, with Washington as Israel's primary military supporter. The quote, enemies, both the USA and Israel, should know that they will definitely receive a tooth-breaking response, he declared, referring to Iran-aligned groups across the Middle East. According to these tensions, a top advisor to the Iranian regime alluded to Iran's nuclear potential, suggesting Iran may reconsider its nuclear policy if faced with an existential threat. If an existential threat arises, Iran will modify its nuclear doctrine. We have the capability to build weapons and have no issue in this regard, he told Lebanese media. The latest confrontations began with an October 1st missile strike from Iran, which Israel answered with an October the 26th bombing campaign targeting Iranian military installations, reportedly killing 4 Iranian soldiers. Israel claims the airstrikes inflicted significant damage on Iran's missile and air defense capacities, while Iran has vowed reprisal. Escalation on Israel's northern border. In Lebanon, Israeli airstrikes have intensified, killing nearly 2,000 people and displacing thousands as H retaliates with rocket fire into Israeli territory, including attacks on military sites near Haifa and Tel Aviv. In response, the US deployed B-52 bombers to the region, hoping to dissuade further escalation from Iran. A US official warned Tehran that Washington might not be able to restrain Israel in the event of another Iranian strike. We told the Iranians, quote, we won't be able to hold Israel back, the official reportedly stated. Well, and as far as I know, Israel take these things quite seriously if they get attacked, obviously, so... you know, I don't think that statement is without any merit. We won't be able to hold Israel back. Do you guys think that Israel will try and go for the nuclear sites? Well, the potential nuclear development sites in Iran? I know that Israel have been worried about that for quite a long time. Do you think they might try to go and take out what they think is the nuclear development, nuclear weapons in Iran? Do you think that might be on the cards. Well, we saw that earlier, didn't we? Iran fears Trump win would bring Israeli strikes on nuclear sites. Definitely hearing increasing amounts of gunfire in Beirut or around that area. We've got red alerts coming in. Quite a few around the Sea of Galilee area. So the Sea of Galilee there, the top right, if you see. Some red alerts coming in Israel. Currently we have the cameras in Lebanon, Beirut area. If any more come online, we will show them. They tend to come on depending on where the focus is. So if anything unfolds in Israel, I can almost guarantee we will get cameras in the respective areas. It's just how it works with this license. So yeah, we just had a few coming in here in Israel. So just in the north, above the Sea of Galilee here. Hi Wendy, good to see you. Welcome.
ايوه من معبد مشروب بالضبط يلا
Please do like the video if you haven't. It really helps us. Give the video a like. Much appreciated. Helps the algorithms, etc. Yeah, we're just monitoring events at the moment. A few red alerts come into Israel just then, and a lot of gunfire around the Beirut area at the moment. If you missed the updates, you can scan the live video back to the beginning. You'll see our discussions near the start of the video about the latest updates and things that are going on. It's just past midnight in Lebanon and Israel, 12:04 a.m. I believe your clocks. Did your clocks move today in America? Or was it an hour forward? Hi, Luke. Thanks for modding tonight, Luke. Really appreciate you helping in the live chat. Oh, the clocks went an hour back in America today. So it must be 5 p.m. EST, is that right? Oh, did you see that flash of lightning? I think there was lightning. Yeah, there's been storms over Beirut today. Yeah, so it must be 5 p.m. EST right now, is that correct?
نعم أخ نجيب يعني آخر يعني بعد إصدار المقاومة الإسلامية 28 بيانا حول العمليات التي نفذتها اليوم آخر يعني أعلنت المقاومة قبل قليل أنها استهدفت الجليل ضربي بصليات صاروخية من جنوب لبنان. على المستوى الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية يعني يصعد العدو الإسرائيلي من استهداف القرى والبلدات اللبنانية ساعيا إلى تحقيق أكبر دمار ممكن في المباني.
Yeah, we changed our clocks a few weeks ago, I think it was. Daylight savings and all that. So the nights get a lot darker than they were. The temperature's definitely dropping here, and yeah, here in Lebanon, it's what we're watching is you know, it's stormy and rainy, and it was stormy yesterday as well. There's lightning all across the sky in Beirut, so the weather's definitely changing. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm gradually getting better. I feel a bit better today than I did getting over the flu. It's not been very nice, but definitely hearing a lot more gunfire in the last 30 minutes around Beirut. If you can hear that occasionally, it's echoing around. So I don't know where that's coming from, somewhere near Beirut or in Beirut. حيث استهدفت المقاومة الإسلامية للمرة الأولى اليوم قاعدة حيفا التقنية، وهي قاعدة تتبع لسلاح الجو الإسرائيلي وتتضمن أيضا كلية تدريب لأعداد التقنيين في سلاح الجو في مدينة حيفا، وهذه للمرة الأولى. وهذا يعني بأن المقاومة لا زالت تمتلك زمام المبادرة ولا زالت قادرة على استهداف العدو في العمق. عدا عن ذلك يعني استهدفت أيضا تجمعا للعدو لجيش العدو في المقر المستهدف. As I showed before, this is the location of where we're looking over here towards Beirut. So both our cameras are on the outskirts of Beirut. One is here in Babda. This is overlooking the city. And then another one is here, Shofet. That's looking, so it's just on the edge of Beirut. So we're hearing gunfire. Is that coming from Beirut or these surrounding areas? I'm not sure. I know there's been stuff going on in the southern Lebanon, so but that's actually a lot further down, isn't it? Down here, but yeah, that's what we're hearing in this area. Yeah, so that's kind of the gist of it.
التي لربما بعد لم تستخدم كل قدراتها. أيضا نقل موقع ولا العبري نقلا عن موقع ولا العبري أن عن مصادر في الصناعات العسكرية الإسرائيلية قالت بأنه لا حلول للطائرات المسيرة في الوقت الحالي. وجيش الاحتلال الإسرائيلي تنبه مؤخرا لعجزه وعدم قدرته.
Yeah, it's almost continuous gunfire at the moment, isn't it?
أيضا هناك يعني
Somewhere in the distance.
بإصابة 5 إسرائيليين في القصف على حيفا، إضافة إلى أن إعلام العدو أشار خلال صحيفة إسرائيل اليوم بأن كبرى شركات الطيران الأمريكي قد أجلت جميع الرحلات من وإلى تل أبيب حتى الصيف المقبل، وهذا يعني بأن العدو تتعمق أزماته بفضل ضربات المقاومة في جنوبه.
But as Luke always posts, wars and rumours of wars. See to it you be not troubled. Definitely seems to be in this season, doesn't it? Yeah, and it makes you feel grateful, right, for what we have. I mean, some people that live in here must be very difficult, as you can only imagine. See another commercial plane coming in the distance, coming down to the airport there, Beirut.
هيطول بالك علي بس 5 دقايق.
I assume they're just normal flights. Still surprised if there are just normal flights though, because I wouldn't expect that they'd be doing normal commercial flights right now in Beirut. I think maybe they're taping the camera, I don't know. Maybe wrapping some Christmas presents, I don't know. Yes, there was a few things that have happened with drones over the last couple of days. Yeah, thanks for modding for us tonight, Luke. I really appreciate it. And yeah, if anyone hasn't liked the video, please do. It really helps us get this off the ground so more people see it. This is still early days of us doing coverage, so it would really be encouraging and help us to get it out there and for people to come across the streams and discover them. But yeah, we're still hearing some gunfire in the Beirut area. I don't know if you can hear that on the stream. I can hear it in my headphones. So our poll is pretty even. It's about 58% of people think that Iran may attack or launch some kind of strike or attack before the US election, and 42% think after. course, we don't know these things exactly. We don't know what's going to happen. We're just going by what's being said at the moment. So, yeah, I mean, I guess there's strategic reasons for different things. I mean, ultimately, we hope they don't do that. We hope they don't do that. But this would be the third time. And as the US has said today, that they wouldn't be able to restrain Israel's response if Iran goes ahead and does that yet again. And we're also talking about whether we think that Israel might target the nuclear, supposed nuclear development in Iran if they got attacked for a third time. Do you think they would go for that? Or Novi says, I reckon that Iran will wait till afterwards. I don't think they're ready to do it in less than 48 hours. Heidi and Brett Z voted after the election. I guess there's reasons for before or after, so it's hard to know for sure. Oh, we've got another red alert. Where's this one? Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. We've got another red alert. Okay, it's above the Sea of Galilee, again in the north. This is another red alert that just came in. Nice to have you all with us in the chat. Thanks for joining. We've had a few red alerts going off in Israel in the last 15 minutes around the north region, just above Sea of Galilee. Guessing it's from Lebanon. Something coming over from Lebanon. Jacob Soames says Iran doesn't want to mess with Trump, so before the election. Indeed, we did read that source earlier that was talking about Iran fearing that Trump may want to go for the nuclear sites if Trump wins the election and Israel responds. So that's another thing to bear in mind, yeah. I'll see if there's any updates, folks.
ضاع يا
So there's also, as we covered earlier, there's been some 2 earthquakes in Iran today. One of them at least was very close to Tehran in Iran. Just over 4, I think it was 4.4 magnitude, 4.6, 4 point, something like that. And there's just been an update we've got here, is that there's actually torrential weather in in Iraq, where Iran were supposedly could be planning to launch this attack from. So severe weather in terms of flooding, and there's even reports of collapsed hospital buildings and power outages in many cities. That's what I've just read on Amir Tsafati anyway. In addition, there are reports that the airport in Baghdad suspended operations. So, yeah, we don't know for sure, but there's been rumours or reports that, well, I don't know if it's rumours, but some people have said that there's information that they might have wanted to launch this attack on Israel from Iraq. Okay, we've got some interesting potential. I'm just going to check this update to make sure that this is definitely okay to say. Yeah, Wendy, that weather is in Iraq apparently, yeah. Torrential weather in Iraq, which is interesting. But I'm just going to check this. I'm going to check this report quickly, because this is interesting if this is true. No, I'm not seeing anything else on that right now. He's wrapping his Christmas presents again, I think. Well, it is November, it's getting close. Close to Christmas now. So there's just something I've just seen in terms of something to do with Iran, but I'm not going to say it just yet because I need to make sure it's definitely confirmed. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, please do give the video a like if you could. That would be really helpful. Thanks a lot. It really helps. Yeah, my phone keeps trying to... Eric. My phone keeps trying to, like, type for me. I don't know why it does that. Like, you start typing and it keeps putting extra words on it. It started doing that in the last few months. David Cohen says he could be taping glass windows, yep. And Eric said fixing the shot down drones. I think these are these cameras are obviously journalists. But yeah. Yeah, I just need to... I can't really say it unless I'm definitely sure. I need to confirm that, really. I've tried to find more information on it, and I haven't yet been able to corroborate that at all, so I don't think it's wise to say right now, but... Yeah, he may be reinforcing the windows, that's true. This is in Babda, which is just outside Beirut, so... But it was 2 nights ago when we were covering this, we did see that strikes really close to this building, and it was very, very frightening. It was just over to the left, if you remember. He turned the camera around and it was so loud, and the huge bang and really close, so it could well have caused some kind of damage. Yeah, Luke Shepherd, is the Baghdad airport that has suspended operations then? So the reports of the torrential weather in Iraq is, which is interesting, isn't it? Considering that's where the supposedly wanted to launch an attack from, according to some sources. Iran may have wanted to launch it from Iraq. Yeah, it could be something leaking. It's really bad rain and storms. It's tape, yeah, so I don't know. I mean, we could literally spend hours speculating what he's doing. Could be anything, couldn't it? Yeah, so what closed the airport in Baghdad then? Was it the weather? So it's true that the airport in Baghdad is closed. Is that because of the torrential weather, or is it because of something else? Okay. Anonymous said maybe they're saying it's due to weather, but they intend to stage there. Yeah, it's interesting. But I don't get the reasoning in thinking that if it's launched from Iraq, that it will somehow prevent Israel retaliating. Like, I mean, I kind of get the reasoning, but I don't think it. Do you think it would stop Israel retaliating? I'm still hearing some gunfire in the distance quite regularly.
منصور في شيطان في بريز دور فحصته انا
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Luke, yeah. I'm seeing some flashes there. Was that lightning on the main camera, or was that... Yeah, if you want to support our streams, please do become a member. We have opened that up now. If you want to become a member of the Rise Live streams and live shows, which you can do on the live chat just to the right of the chat box, or on a desktop computer on the main Rise page. If you enjoy it and want to join in and in that way and support what we do in terms of this coverage and licensing it, please do like the video, share it with others if you can, and subscribe to the channel. And you know, if you subscribe to the channel, you have to click the bell with click all notifications, because otherwise you don't actually get the notifications sent to you when we go live. So you have to make sure you click all notifications. We've found that out recently. But we're going to bring you coverage, whatever happens, as much as possible. You know, keep you up to date on what is going on, so you can see it firsthand with these our professional cameras that we have here. And whatever happens in the world, we should get live links to these places. So I've got this for at least a year. So we plan to do coverage as regularly as we can of world events and, you know, significant events and things of interest to show, and you know, and to help you to see straight up what's going on, rather than having to go to purely mainline sources to get these type of imagery. You know, we are independent, so you can literally just see it firsthand for yourself. I see some, is that smoke in the distance under the other camera? Looks like smoke coming up over the airport there, possibly. Yeah, I mean, and this isn't about me, this is about just informing you. This is just about you being able to see things firsthand, without supporting these big corporations. You know, independent from all that, in terms of our ability to cover things in a certain way, and not to obviously slander Christians in the process, which sadly there's so much of that now, because here, even though it's independent and it's I'm trying not to be extreme on any angle, we are still coming from a Christian worldview. Where do you watch Channel 12? Do you look at it on the website or do you watch the TV station? I have heard of Channel 12, but I haven't really used it a lot. Okay, yeah, there's an update on the alarms that we heard in Upper Galilee. No casualties were reported at this stage, which is good, except for a victim with anxiety. Those were the red alerts we saw, I believe, not too long ago. Yes. Okay, I've got an update here. Report in the Wall Street Journal. Iran has informed Arab diplomats that it's planning a larger and more complex attack against Israel compared to its two previous attacks, which will include heavier warheads. In Iran, they emphasize that alongside the Revolutionary Guards, the Iranian army is also expected to take part in the attack due to the fact that 4 of its soldiers were killed in the Israeli attack. The attack is not expected to take place before the US presidential elections or after the inauguration of the new president in January. Okay, so they're saying that this is literally an hour ago. They're saying that it might take place after the election but before the inauguration in January. But yeah, did you hear that? They planning a larger and more complex attack against Israel compared to the two previous ones, which will include heavier warheads. Alongside the Revolutionary Guards, the Iranian army is also expected to take place in the attack. I don't know, it seems a bit... doesn't seem like a good idea, does it? Because the quote-unquote unrestrained Israeli response, I don't know. So they reckon it might be after the election, but before the inauguration. Novi says, I'm sure Iran is going to take some time to plan and get more ammunition since they were devastated by Israel's retaliation. I just don't see how Iran would properly attack Israel with their scarce supplies.
كان عون ب 90 كان عون ب 89 90 لفل طرف 92 كان في حكومة سليم الخاص كان في سليم كان في حكومة سليم الخاص
كان في حكومة عمر كرامي
اوكي
قبل الحريري.
قبل الحريري الحريري اجى بالحريري اجى ب 92 شو بك بعض الطائف
بقول لك قبل الحريري كان في عمر كرامي.
That's the thing, you don't always know, do you? You don't know if there's anything that's said that's to divert people's attention or confuse the opposition.
كان قبل وبعدين اجى.
عشان هو يطلع يقاوم معه جوي
انا اللي بقول لك عليه بالبنت كانت في حكومة عمر كرامي، صار عمر كرامي واجا رفيق حريري.
92 اجى رفيق حريري هو بعد الطائف اجى رفيق حريري كان جاي على حصان ابيض.
Yeah, we're definitely still hearing a lot of gunfire in the distance from around the Beirut area.
صار وقتها
وين؟ وين يعني؟ تبع مين يعني؟ ده صار مسجل.
Last time that Iran did their strike, I remember you just saw the whole map of Israel pretty much just covered in red alerts. It was just like a sea of red, wasn't it? And then all of that, it came down over Tel Aviv.
بعد الطائف من بعد الطائف صار
92 قلبت المغربية. 92 قد ايه كان عمرك؟
15 سنة 15 سنة بشتغل في التلفزيون لازم بنط عليهم من المراء. وضع هو شكله
انا
هو الشكل
انا سويت لوحده
لا قبل ما كانت
انا بالوحده سيد زواج
قد ايه عمره قدام الكبير؟ ما تدري الكبير.
الثاني من بعد الاولاني ب 5 سنين
فرق 5 سنين. انت جاي من الشباب؟
Oh, thank you, Novi. No problem. I really hope it helps to bring some direct sources and visuals to what's going on.
الشجل تبع التسعينات بس مهضومين يعني تصور الوقتها مش مثل بينا اللي وبيك فاقع صورة مبروكي في البنطلون لسه هو طالع ما في إضاءة بالصورة بس هي فوكس على شعر صدره. لا ما بيسوي لك هاي ابتكارات هلا اللبنان عم يعملوهم يعني لازم تفهموهم صورهم ب 92.
Where do you guys think that gunfire is coming from? Do you think it's coming from Beirut? Have you heard any updates on what might be going on there? What you can hear there is the sound of rain. It's been lightning and thundering. Well, lightning earlier we saw. So it's just a little bit of rain at the moment, and then some more gunfire, machine gun fire in the distance. You can hear occasionally. Yeah, it's cathartic, but also humbling and sobering to somewhat experience what people are facing in this part of the world. You can hear the rain in the foreground, but in the odd occasion you can hear the echoes of gunfire somewhere in the distance. I mean, this is facing Beirut, on the edge of Beirut, so it may be coming from Beirut, the gunfire. Can you hear it there, just in the background? But our contact in the Beirut area, he says that, you know, even when it looks relatively peaceful visually, it's far from it in the area, because just people are very worried, and also the Lebanese media is very like hammering in that things are going to be really difficult there, and the economy and with the war, so it's anything but peaceful, even though it looks it at times. We still don't have our camera on the border of Israel yet. Usually that comes up on the live feed, but right now we don't have that third camera. I mean, I honestly don't know how people in the West would cope. Some people, if this happened here, like, it's, I don't know, it must be so difficult to go through each day, but I honestly don't think some of this generation would cope in our countries. Do you? Yeah, Tricky Subject said we've had it far too good for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I guess people have become a bit complacent over here in the UK, or maybe in America as well. A bit complacent, just kind of expecting that life goes on, that life is just how it is, and just taking it for granted, maybe, some people, and I've been guilty of that as well at times. But you sometimes forget to be grateful and thankful, don't you, that we have it the way we do. And yeah, and just that it all hangs by a thread. It's not guaranteed, is it? So it could all change very quickly. So yeah, I think it's important to to remember that, and it's sobering to see how other people, well, what other people have to face in other parts of the world.
اثنين بالليل واثنين بالنهار. اثنين بالليل واثنين بالنهار. ما فيش تاني.
كان عادي انت بتشتغل
لا لا عندي ما بيعرفش تاني. بيعرف الله كتير.
انا احمد جابني، احمد رفيقي، احمد رفيق عمري.
ما شغلتك.
لا
اشتغلت هو اشتغلت بس لانك هي لسه حالي هلا هي فتره زمنيه لحتى يكون
لانه كون شغل هوايه.
لحتى يكون
انا بعد عندي هيك ظروف بعدها.
Oh, we don't have any bomb shelters over here, really, for the civilians. Maybe a few people with a lot of money might, but the civilians don't really have anywhere to go if they needed to, so it's probably the same in America. I know some countries, I think in Europe, have underground shelters for civilians. I think Switzerland might do, but we don't, as far as I know, we have nowhere to go if something happened here.
ماني مضغوط يعني بلحق عليهم وبنقص وباخد خبرات وكوتشنج عادي وانا شغال مش مضغوط. اساسا انا هلا بدي اتكلم تاني.
In Israel, of course, they have a lot of shelters because they have so many red alerts. I went down into one when I was in Israel, like under the apartment blocks, they have a shelter for most people in the apartment blocks. Even the church in Jerusalem, Christ Church, there's an Anglican church there that has a shelter underneath the actual church. But yeah, in the UK we don't really have anything like that anymore.
قلت لك ابني هون اتفق على حسابي يمكن يعملوا لك منامي مع 4 اشخاص.
I mean, you do if you are like connected or maybe a politician or something. They have some big government shelters. There's, I've been down into an old one from the Soviet era. It's now a museum. You can go underground. It's built underneath a cottage that looks like a normal cottage, and then you go through the front doors, and it's like a big corridor that goes underground, 100-foot underground, and then there's all these different rooms underground. But from the front, it looks like a normal house. I've been in there just to look round, and it's incredible, you know, top secret 30 years ago, and you would never know that it's a shelter. It just looks like a normal house from the outside. So there are these types of things for people who are in higher up positions, but nothing for the civilians as far as I know.
ايام الكودك والسكون الفوري بعد ما قانون
Yeah, oh yeah, in America you have tornado shelters, yeah. I guess in some states, do you, but not others? David Cohen says, Christ is the only shelter I need. If it's my time, I must be ready. Absolutely, yep. Someone, okay. Kyung Conning says, where should I go to get the membership? If you're on your phone, you can, next to the live chat where you type the message, there is a $sign on the right. And you click that and you can become a member there, or you can, if you have a normal computer, you can go to the main Rise YouTube channel page and it should have a join button. But yeah, you on the live chat, I'm assuming most people are on their phones. You can, where you type your message, there's a $sign next to the chat box, and then if you click on that, it should give you the options. Should give you the option to become a member. We just opened this up the other day, so it really helps to keep this going, because the license is expensive and it's a lot for me on my own, so helps cover that. Yeah, I think in Switzerland they have shelters in their houses. I'm pretty sure they in Switzerland they have shelters under their houses. I think it's a requirement that houses should be built with shelters, as far as I know. I think that's right. But Switzerland stayed neutral in World War Two, didn't they? I mean, do you? I know. I mean, none of us know for sure, but do you folks? Do you think that? Do you see that this trajectory of events that are going on in the world, especially since the Russia issue, a couple of years ago, and where this is going now with North Korea possibly joining in Ukraine, and also this happening in the Middle East, and then you got China and Taiwan maybe one day. By the way, if that happens, we will have live link to Taiwan. I've been assured by the the media license we're paying here to get these images. We will be able to see events there. But I just do you think that this is leading to more global conflict? I mean, I know we don't know for sure, and I definitely, it's not something we should live in fear of. Do you think that this is leading or going to drag in a lot of these major powers in time, or do you see this kind of like building up a bit and then dying down again? Like a birth pang, or do you think that we're on this trajectory now that's not going to stop? I know we don't know for sure, but I just wondered what you think. Yeah, and if Iran were to strike Israel again, that would be the third. That would be the third strike. What's Luke 21:28? Is that wars and rumors of wars? I haven't got it up. And then of course you've got in Revelation the red horse, that represents war, right? It just depends if that's the time right now, or is this going to die down like a birth pang again? Oh, I hear some louder shots there, near the Beirut area. Anonymous says order ab chaos, order out of chaos, and qui bono, which is who benefits, right? Fig tree generation, says Mud. Yeah, the prophecy, the regathering of Israel, and this generation that we're in right now, as since Israel came back to the land. And Luke says about the red horse of the apocalypse, and the great sword that takes peace from the earth.
اثنين بس.
فاتت هي اول ما ظهرت ذات شاب
هي ايدي تشتت. خلص ما انت نص ساعه مطلع فيها من وقت ابدا.
نقتني واجت بدها تظهر دغري. نقتني بدها تظهر دغري.
تمام.
مرت 10 ثواني وظهرت. عملت لها هي ورجعت على الدانس. رجعت طقيتها. فاتت رقصت 10 ثواني وحدة حبيبي عملت لي هيك. رقصت معي نص دقيقة وفلت. نقيت بنت رقصت معها 10 ثواني وظهرت. طلعت من السافر أنا وهي فوق.
I'll get you the link. Someone was asking about becoming a channel member. I can get you the link. I think that should work.
ايام النوكيا ولا
اول ما بعده نازل المهم هذا ما كل الوقت طلع فيه يحكي معي
It's quite relaxing, isn't it, with the crickets and everything? It looks like there is a haze of smoke over Beirut over there in the distance. I don't know if you can see it stretching from the airport to across. I think that looks a bit like smoke.
وفيها الورقة 50 كتابة اسمي ورقتي.
ما هو رقم
صاحبي ضل معي يعني كل الوقت باخذ منه التليفون يعني بقول له روح مصلي المسجد. هاي كيف انت اخبارك؟ سلمت عليك.
But yeah, that was an interesting update and that was from Channel 12 News in Israel. It said, report in the Wall Street Journal, which we read this about 15-20 minutes ago. Report in the Wall Street Journal, Iran has informed Arab diplomats that it is planning a larger and more complex attack against Israel compared to its two previous attacks, which will include heavier warheads. In Iran, they emphasised that alongside the Revolutionary Guards, the Iranian army is also expected to take part in the attack due to the fact that 4 of its soldiers were killed in the Israeli attack. The attack is not expected to take place before the US presidential elections or after the inauguration of the new president in January. So, yeah, that was interesting. That's from Channel 12 News in Israel. You're welcome, Heidi. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, sometimes people seem to forget the Roman Empire or Rome 2.0, the statue in the Book of Daniel and all that. Yeah, I'm doing a video, just starting. I'm going to do a video very soon about another music video that's shows a bit of that symbolism, so I'll still be doing the odd video here and there like usual on this channel. This is just an addition in terms of live streams of showing world events, which is very relevant to the times we're in. Very central, very key, especially the things that happen in Israel, of course, as well. Some people say Israel is the time clock, don't they? What do they say? Israel is the second hand, Jerusalem is the minute hand. No, sorry. Israel is the hour hand, Jerusalem is the minute hand, and the Temple Mount is the seconds hand. Oh, some of the activists in Jerusalem are waiting to build that temple, you know. So, and a lot of them thought Trump before was someone that would help them to build that. That's what they thought, and they made those coins. I've got one here because I was given one when I did an interview with one of them. It has Trump on the back as like contrasted with Cyrus. And then on the front it has the third temple of the coin. And they say it's like a temple tax coin. And because some of them will have been convinced, at least before, that Trump is going to be the one that helps them to build it. I don't know if that's true, but it's just something they believe. These temple advocates believe. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that will happen. But they're really convinced. They think that Trump is like a Cyrus figure that, you know. So I spent a bit of time out there with these people. They did like a sacrifice on this altar that they built for the third temple when we were there. They did... yeah, and I filmed that, and I did interview with these, what they think is like a reconstituted Sanhedrin. But when you go to the actual temple, these people aren't part of the Temple Institute. There's a few like fringe groups in Israel that want to build the third temple. But this, when you go to the Temple Institute, which is like the more official one, is the more official kind of third temple one. And that's in Jerusalem. They've got all these. If you walk around them, the Temple Institute, they've got all the different tools and you know, the things that they want to put into the temple. They've got it all on display in the Temple Institute. And if you go near to the Western Wall, they've got the this big like glass casing which is bulletproof, and there's this huge golden menorah, which is like twice my height, and I'm 6 foot. And it's got this, you know, it's gold, it's made of gold. And it's like the huge menorah that they intend to put into the third temple when they build it, or when they think they're going to build it. But you go around the Temple Institute museum, or not museum, the Temple Institute building, and in the guided tour, it's all about, you know, it's all kind of New Age, like Kabbalistic New Age stuff, and they're talking about how it's more than just a building. You know, the third temple is not just a building, and they say we're already building it because it's not just about the building, it's about the people. But then they talk about how it's like represents the ascension of humanity to a higher level. Like the ascension of humanity to a level higher than human, that kind of thing. and so it's like coming together as one, and so it just reminded me of kind of like new age ideologies. So that's what they're doing, and the Temple Institute is a lot bigger actually in terms of an organisation. It's a bit more official, really. And some of the people like that, I know one guy who's in the Knesset in Israel. I don't know him, but I'm just saying I know of him, and he's involved with the Temple Institute, and he's in the Knesset, or has been. So, who knows? And obviously currently Jordan have jurisdiction over the Temple Mount as part of this agreement from before. When they used to be at conflict, they allowed Jordan to have some kind of jurisdiction over the Temple Mount. But as far as I know, the relations with Jordan and Israel have been kind of improving in recent years, haven't they? As far as I know. So, thanks, Grace. Grace says, love your coverage. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like it. And Dante Edwards said, I remember those videos. Yeah, if you look on the channel, there's old videos from a few years ago where I was there in Israel in person and looking at these things and interviewing some of these Third Temple people. So if you look back to those videos, you'll find them on the channel. Well, yeah, so it's interesting what's going on. We sometimes leave these streams up for a good few hours so people can come and watch them. It's currently nearly 1:20 a.m. in Israel, which is Monday morning there. Sunday night here. So yeah, sometimes there's been airstrikes around 3 a.m, but I don't know if there's going to be airstrikes tonight or not. We are watching out for the situation with Iran as well. There was sources and reports that seem to indicate that they might launch an attack on Israel before the US election, but then also in the last recent hour we've seen a report on Channel 12 News that it might be after the election but before the inauguration. So we don't know for sure. If you missed the coverage we did earlier, you can scan back to the beginning of the live video and see what we were talking about there. I've changed the title of the live to Iran attack maybe soon. But there was that Arab source that said that it might be imminent. But then you don't know what you can trust with, in terms of diversions and... no, Wendy, it said possibly after the US election, but before the inauguration in January. So that would make it... what are we in now? We're on 3rd of November, so that would make it between the 6th of November and January, so if that's true. But of course you don't know, do you? Does anyone know what happened to that Abraham Accord stuff? Because I haven't heard about that in quite a while. And oh, there was a flash. Was that lightning, or was that lightning in the distance, or was that a strike? No, because there was all the talk about the Abraham Accords, wasn't there? And also there was talk with the Kushner peace deal. Remember that Trump was involved with before, talking about that before. And unfortunately, one of those things was to do with dividing Jerusalem to East Jerusalem, cutting off East Jerusalem from Israel, something like that. That was obviously a bit concerning. I don't know if that's going to come up again, or if that's been put to bed. Yeah, Dante said I'd find it odd for Iran to keep announcing when they will attack. Yeah, absolutely, that's true. So who knows what you can trust? Because the thing is, what they say, isn't it? Who is the first casualty of war? You know, what is the first casualty of war? The truth. Yeah, I don't know if there are flashes of strikes in the distance now, or lightning. The thunder and lightning seems to have calmed down, so I don't know if that's lightning now or not. The rain has stopped, and I haven't seen much lightning in a long time, so I'm not sure if those are strikes or lightning flashes at this stage. Luke said they had a huge meeting with the Abraham Accord nations dealing with the two-state solution just the other day. What was that place that Pope Francis went to, where he had this like one world religion thing? Was that in Saudi Arabia? It was this big compound where they had the different faiths. I think, was that in Saudi Arabia? Can anyone else remind me where that was? I can't find it. Where was that? There was like a one world religion compound in some Arabic country. I can't remember where that was. I'd like to show it. I can't remember where that was. It was this big building, this complex, and it was all the major religions, and Pope Francis went there to like open it. Does anyone else remember where that was? It was like a year or two ago. Abu Dhabi. Was it Abu Dhabi? Pope Francis, Abu Dhabi. Yeah. Abrahamic family house in Abu Dhabi. That was it. Abrahamic family house in Abu Dhabi. It's got a mosque, a synagogue and a church in the Abu Dhabi's stunning new multi-faith complex. Yeah, this is it here. Abu Dhabi's stunning new multi-faith complex is a mosque, synagogue and a church. The structure draws inspiration from the three Abrahamic faiths and is meant to encapsulate their similarities. In the mosque, the light surrounds you until you get to the silence and stoicness of facing Mecca, he said. What you're going to see in all the projects is it's always about a filtering of light, a splitting of light. In the church, you hear the sound of rushing water. For me, water is so important with Christianity. The church is an ark in the world. The synagogue is the UAE's first purpose-built Jewish place of worship, and like most synagogues around the world, is oriented towards Jerusalem. It is inspired by the Jewish festival of Sukkot, which is celebrated by building temporary shelters. An oculus in the ceiling of the space lets direct light come inside. The light of the midday kisses the rabbi in the center very directly. It's all this one world religion stuff, isn't it? The Abrahamic family house is an interfaith complex in Abu Dhabi. The undertaking was inspired by the document on human fraternity signed by Pope Francis on behalf of the Catholic Church and Ahmed El Tayeb on behalf of the Al Azhar Mosque in February 2019. It houses the St. Francis Church, Imam Al Tayeb Mosque and Moses Ben Maimon Synagogue in separate structures. That's the model of the site. This is built across 82,000 square feet. It's got a bus going there. Bus route 94. But yeah, it's so this one world religion stuff. And no surprise that Pope Francis is involved with the Rome involvement there. Thanks, Luke. Yeah. Yeah, Luke just sent me this. Saudi Arabia hosts global meeting to back Palestinian statehood. Saudi Arabia hosted the inaugural meeting of a global alliance in Riyadh on Wednesday, aiming to advance the establishment of a Palestinian state and support the two-state solution. Saudi Foreign Minister Faisal bin Farhan bin Abdullah opened the gathering by calling for a decisive international response to escalating violence in the region and what he described as ongoing Israeli aggression towards Palestine and Lebanon. The Saudi press agency reported that Faisal urged global partners to implement the two-state solution, promote regional stability, enforce accountability for violations, and secure an immediate ceasefire along with the release of detainees. Yeah, I don't know how many hostages there are left. I don't know how many hostages are still alive. There was a protest in Tel Aviv yesterday. I saw on the live link on here, there was a protest to release the hostages in Tel Aviv just yesterday. Pope Francis is getting a bit older now, isn't he? He's how old is Pope Francis now? He's 87. He's 87 years old, Pope Francis. A 101 hostages. There was actually a leak of the names. I think it was. There was a leak of the names of the hostages today. I think it was leaking of a document in Israel. Hamas expected to reject any deal that doesn't end the Gaza war. Yeah, I don't know how many hostages there are. 101, but I don't know. Okay, 101 hostages currently detained in Gaza captivity, and 51 are believed to be alive. 37 are confirmed dead, and 12 are unaccounted for. So 101, but possibly only 51 are believed to be alive. It's been a very long time, hasn't it? Sadly. Yeah, it does look like there's some smoke in the distance there, just by the side of the airport. It looks like smoke to me. Oh yeah, the Arabic... Is that in Saudi Arabia, the Neom city? Yeah, yeah, Saudi Arabia are building this city, weren't they, in called Neom. Looks like a utopia. Oh, the line. That's what you were talking about. Tricky subject. Yeah, the line. Wow. Building a smart city in the desert. $500 billion. I think they're building that near the where they, they reckon the Moses Mountain is, isn't it? Right close to there, I think. Yeah, this gateway to the Red Sea, Neom City, says located in the temperate northwest of Saudi Arabia, Neom's diverse climate offers both sun-soaked beaches and snow-capped mountains. Neom's unique location will provide residents with enhanced livability while protecting 95% of the surrounding natural landscape. And then there's okay, so there's different. Wow. Okay. There you go. In the background, is showing. It's like a smart city in Saudi Arabia, isn't it? That's the line. Then there's Sindala. And then there's Magna. And wow. Okay. Then Oxagon. Wow, look at that. So, I don't know. Oh, it says 2024 opening of the first region for visitors. Was that the city that had all the weird symbolism? Or was that a different one? Might have been a different one. Was it that one? What was the name of the other one that had the weird symbolism? The last Saudi king created plans for 6 new cities in the desert, all billed as transformative steps toward a world beyond oil. The dark reality behind Saudi Arabia's utopian dreams. It's a $500 billion futuristic megacity project covering 26,000 square kilometers along the Red Sea. Yeah, interesting. Ah, Astana, that's it. Astana. Where was Astana? That was another... That was the city... Oh, in Kazakhstan. Yeah, this place in Kazakhstan, wasn't it? Yeah, Astana. Yeah, look at that one there, in the middle. Strange. Yeah, it's got like a phoenix, a bird phoenix thing, and then at the top, going up to a pyramid. Strange. This is Astana in Kazakhstan. They'll probably say it's like a dove of peace or something. There. Yeah, the tail of that bird looks a bit like a sword. Strange, and it's like flying up towards that pyramid. There's a false peace coming, right? When they shall say peace and safety. If you haven't liked the video, please give us a like on the video. It really helps. Every little helps with the likes. It just helps the algorithms and more people come across the live stream and helps support us and what we're doing here. Covering the news and latest updates in the Middle East, especially on this stream. We do this regularly when there's things to cover, so please do subscribe to the Rise channel and click all notifications so that you get informed when we go live. If you missed what we were talking about earlier, please scan back to the beginning of the live and you'll see our coverage tonight. But yeah, we're just kind of seeing how events unfold in the region. Sometimes we have the cameras up so people can come and watch it if they so wish. I'm still making videos on the Rise channel as well, here and there. But yeah, we're doing these lives as an extra thing. We've got the licenses for these cameras, so we can see events, world events happen straight, direct and live. to keep you informed and updated about the situations in the world. What was I going to do? Okay, I'm just looking. Okay, we still, yeah, we only have these two cameras at the moment. We usually have a border cam. I don't think we do right now. No. The camera's offline on the Israel border tonight. These are professional cameras. We do not steal them. We pay for them. So these are good feeds, good live feeds. Still hear some gunfire in the background in either in Beirut or on the edge of Beirut. Just heard it just then as well. So there's some of that going on around Beirut. We've not seen airstrikes tonight so far. The time is 1:48 a.m. in Lebanon that we're looking at, and Israel as well. So it's getting towards 2 a.m. Sometimes we have seen airstrikes around 3 a.m., but that's not guaranteed, so we're not sure. Just keeping a view on what's happening. I might take a break soon. Leave the live cameras up and come back. Keep an eye on the stream and latest updates, but I might go and have a cup of tea. Go and have a cup of tea again shortly. I've finished my tea a while ago, so I might go and have a cup of tea and leave the cameras rolling for a while, and stay aware of any developments. It does look a bit like smoke over there above the airport. That's been there for a while, so I don't know if that is smoke. It looks a bit like smoke though. Yeah, Eric, I am answering questions occasionally when I see the comments, so we had some red alerts earlier as well in Israel. In just above Galilee, that was about maybe an hour and a half ago. But no injuries reported there, which is good. Eric, what question did you want to ask? That's fine, yeah. I mean, I'll do my best, but there's people in the chat. Oh, there was some flashes. Did you see that on the left? I'm not sure if that was lightning again. That didn't look like lightning. Possibly. Thanks for that article, Luke. I'm going to just quickly look that up. That's an interesting one. Construction of Saudi Arabia's controversial giant cube. Macabre. Construction of Saudi Arabia's controversial giant cube begins in Riyadh. The modular structure, which is set to be the world's largest building, has drawn criticism for its likeness to the Kaaba in Mecca. The Macabre is projected to be 400 meters in dimension, large enough to fit 20 Empire State Buildings within it. Wow. That's big. That's big. Saudi Arabia has begun construction on the Macabre, a cube-shaped shaped attraction in Riyadh that is set to be the world's largest structure, according to a report in Bloomberg. The building will be... Oh, here we go. Sorry. The building will be the main centerpiece of New Murabba, a major development project in downtown Riyadh, launched in February last year. The cube structure is projected to be 400 meters on each side, which would make it large enough to fit 20 Empire State Buildings within it. It's masquerading as a building today, but it's so much more. Ultimately, a capital city the size of Riyadh deserves to have a global central icon, as other capital cities do. Dyke said that 10 million cubic meters had been excavated out of the ground to prepare for construction of the Mukab. The Cube attraction will include the world's first fully enclosed skyscraper, as well as a dome that displays holographic images with hotel rooms that transport guests to different regions of the world, according to the report. When you're inside, you cannot see the dome. You could go to bed in the Serengeti and you can wake up in New York City. You can smell it, feel it, and touch it. The structure will be made up of overlapping triangular forms in an architectural style inspired by the Najd region of Saudi Arabia. A golden cube seems to me to be a deliberate affront to the Kaaba in Mecca and a clear symbol of idolatry. Wow, that's interesting. I've not heard of that one, Luke. Thanks. It's like a copy of the New Jerusalem, isn't it? It's like a counterfeit of that. Golden cubes. A rich man's Disneyland, yeah. You wake up in... you go to sleep in... where was it? You go to bed in the Serengeti and you wake up in New York City. 20 Empire State Buildings, that's huge. Yeah, some of those countries are very rich, aren't they? Like Saudi Aramco, right? Saudi Aramco, the world's largest oil exporting company, surpassed iPhone maker Apple to become the world's most valuable company as surging oil prices drove up shares and tech stocks slumped. Saudi Aramco Saudi Aramco's net worth is estimated to be at least $1 trillion, though the state-owned company claims to be worth at least $2 trillion. That's Saudi Aramco. Bigger than Apple. At least $1 to $2 trillion. By the way, did you hear me talk about Saudi Aramco being more valuable than Apple? Did you hear that, or did I have the microphone muted? I couldn't tell if I did. Yeah, did I have my microphone muted when I was talking about Apple, or was my microphone on? Eric, I don't have any financial advice. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask someone who knows something about that. I'm really not an expert on that subject, so I don't know. Okay, Eric, I hope you find the advice you need for the gold that you had a question about. I don't personally know much. I'm not an economist or an expert in those areas at all. Yeah, it's peaceful at the moment, isn't it? They've been through a lot recently, so yeah, right now it sounds pretty peaceful. There has been some clashes we could hear in the distance, and but we haven't seen any airstrikes today, well, since we've been on anyway. Oh, good, Luke. The mic was on. Good. I mean, that's a lot of wealth, isn't it? One company, $1 to $2 trillion, Saudi Aramco. Wow. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, I'm glad the videos help. If you haven't liked the video, please give us a like on this video. It helps the video to reach more people with the algorithms. That'd be really helpful. Oops. And if you didn't see the beginning of the video, you can skip back to the start and see the coverage we did about some of the latest developments. Hi David, thanks for moderating tonight. Appreciate you being here. And Luke as well, thank you for moderating tonight. It's really helpful keeping the chat a good place, and thanks for everyone who's watching. It's really good to have you with us, and hope you join us when we go live regularly. If you want to be updated when we do go live, click subscribe on the Rise channel and click all notifications on the bell, and that should inform you when we do go live and cover world events. This is a relatively new endeavour. We have a license here for these professional cameras, and we're able to show firsthand, as an independent media, what is going on in different parts of the world. So I hope it's informative for you to see, to experience firsthand, as really how journalism should be, showing you directly and just informing you. It's a shame that there's so much in journalism today that is so controlled, so heavily controlled, in some ways. You know, getting it through certain editors, and rather than just being able to talk freely, independently, as it maybe used to, where journalism used to be about going and showing it for what it is, reporting, showing what's going on directly, relaying that information from your experience as a journalist. Wow, that was a lightning strike there, I think. And you know, to me, this is one step there. I went to Israel, and I tried to show some of the things in my own videos before, but this is another way of a step towards that, in terms of almost being there, you know, being present in the middle of the situation through the eyes of the camera and the cameraman. So we'll be able to cover all sorts of things, you know, adverse weather events, conflicts, protests, different things that happen in the world, especially relating to the times we're in. Yeah, it does look like smoke, yeah, in the centre of the screen. I don't know if you can see that. Just on the edge of the airport, all those bright lights are Beirut Airport. There was a flash that looked like a flash, not lightning. Did you see that just by the smoke in the distance? That looked like some kind of flash that wasn't lightning. That didn't look like lightning to me. But we have heard some gunfire in the area of Beirut, so you know there is something. There are things going on around this area in the distance somewhere. So yeah, there's conflict going on in Lebanon, obviously right now, tonight at least. So we'll see if there's anything that develops tonight in Lebanon, and try and show you that firsthand, so you're informed. I know we have people that watch this that are from Israel. I know we have people that watch this that are probably from Lebanon. So it serves many purposes. You know, there are people involved in these areas that benefit from seeing these things. So, and actually, you know, many of them would probably be happy that we are showing this, because it shows their plight. It shows what's going on. It informs the world of what they're going through, and that's what it should be about, right? That's what journalism and media should be about. Just reporting what's going on, showing what's going on, helping people to empathize and see and experience it. Like, how else would we be aware of what's going on in the world? And that certainly is my passion. It's what I did 10 years ago before I started these channels. I used to work in the secular media for a while, and I used to interview people, and and I just still have that passion. So when I came back to faith, my own faith, I wanted to try and combine what I learned, the skills that I learned, so I could start to use that training and skill to show people the truth, show people what's going on, and spread the truth. Ultimate truth is that the Bible is relevant, extremely relevant, to everything that goes on, and just to make people aware and empathize and see things, through your eyes as you show things and report things. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do as a journalist, isn't it? You're supposed to almost like go through some of these experiences when you're there, especially in person. You're supposed to go through it and like become the eyes of the people across the world to see it through you, through what you show. And it's difficult, you imagine if you're a journalist that travels across the world and you keep going from one bad extreme event to another extreme event. You almost get traumatized sometimes by being so close to some of these things if you do that. And so it really is hard work, because if you think about it, you're experiencing like traumatic events over and over again for the sake of others, so that other people can see it and witness it through your work as a journalist. And that's very hard. It's not easy, because we get a sense of how hard it is in Beirut by what we witness here, but it's still not as traumatic as if you're actually there, because when you're actually there in person, you actually hear it louder and you feel it. Like I've been near an explosion before, and you feel it go through your body. You get probably the adrenaline of feeling like you could get hurt, and so it's quite a lot to go through for some of these people that do travel like that and cover these things. But yeah, you can definitely get PTSD from it. Well, some of the mainstream has just become so like shrouded with heavy agendas that it's almost too. You have to kind of like sift through some of the fluff on especially some of the main. I mean, not all of the media outlets are like that, but there's some that are just so heavily biased, and you do need to be able to discern if you see a piece of information, a piece of news, you need to filter it and say, okay, well they're speaking about this in this way because this is their point of view as an outlet. So you have to kind of filter it through that and think, well, yeah, I mean, they would kind of lean that way because that's their position as a newspaper or a website. But yeah, I mean, so I think it's important to try and represent both sides of the equation. You shouldn't just sit here and say, well, I feel sorry for these civilians but not the other civilians, because at the end of the day, a civilian is a civilian. Someone who's innocent is someone who's innocent. No matter the colour of skin or no matter whatever, they're still people. They're all people, and of course, I feel sorry for any civilian that has nothing to do with anything bad. who gets caught up in war zones, you know, beyond that is not their fault. So yeah, I mean, I have my own opinions in terms of worldviews, but at the end of the day, innocent people are innocent people, and it's just always tragic and sad when innocent people get caught up in conflicts that they're nothing to do with. So, but I think it's good that Israel warned people to get out the way. They do try to evacuate a lot of these places before they strike, which is good. But then obviously you've got the element that we talked about the other day, that, you know, we know someone who lives near Beirut, and it's not always possible for them to evacuate if some of the family members are maybe too old, or they don't want to go on this you know, out of their house and be displaced in some way. They just decide to stay anyway, and then they're kind of in harm's way, which is tragic. But yeah, it's a difficult decision sometimes for people just to get up and leave. So you'll always have some people that stay behind even when they've been told to evacuate. And it is sad. And you know, he said, I'm just trusting God to keep us safe if I have to stay because of my family. And so he's still there. And yeah, it's really difficult. Well, it's like I said before, when you have these hurricanes, like in Florida, you know, that they get told to evacuate, and some people stay behind because they just can't be bothered to get out the way, or they, you know, they have family members that are too old and they just can't handle evacuating. So you're bound to have a few that stay. So when you do see these strikes, I mean, there's probably a lot of buildings in some of these areas that are evacuated, but there's bound to be some that aren't because of that reason. Yeah, there's a lot of smoke coming from the airport area there on the right hand side of the airport. All those lights just under the second camera, that's the airport there, that's all lit up. Looks like a lot of the rest of the city, there's a lot of darkness in the city, but it does look like smoke rising up above the airport there on the right hand side. That's been going for a while, and you can see the smoke going across the screen, you know, over the horizon of the city there. It looks like there's a smouldering, it's something smoking there. Yeah, lots of smoke, really. It doesn't look like fog. That looks like smoke. It's creating a haze across the city. But as I said, there was a lot of gunfire in the last, well, in the last half an hour. It's not, I can't hear it as much, but it was for a good hour or two. There was a lot of gunfire echoing around the city of Beirut. You could hear machine gun fire and rapid fire, and, you know, just echoing around the city. So I assume there's been some conflict around that area tonight. But no, well, I'm not sure about airstrikes, but we definitely, because it's been difficult because it's been lightning. So, you know, we may have seen one or two of those types of flashes, but there's also been a lot of lightning, thunder and lightning. So, you know, it's hard to sometimes know if that's what type of flashing that is. But yeah, I guess we'll see if anything develops tonight. There's been no ceasefire, so although they did try to stoke a ceasefire the other day, a couple of days ago, but it didn't work out. It doesn't sound like the ceasefire worked out in Gaza either. so far. But we were saying earlier that 101 hostages still. There was a protest in Tel Aviv yesterday calling for the release of the hostages again, but they say there's 101 hostages that have still not been returned from Gaza. But I think that did it say there was around 50 that were still alive? 51 that were still alive? Not too many. But it's just been such a long time. It's over a year, isn't it? A long time for them to be in Gaza. 14 months, something like that. It's a long time. Teresa thinks it might be a garbage burning. That's interesting, yeah. I'm not sure. Because he did, the cameraman did zoom in yesterday, or the day before, on that, pretty much that area. So, and there was like a building smouldering in that direction, pretty much the similar direction, because remember I said it was right by the airport, so I'm not sure. Truth Freeze, yes, we do need independent media, we do indeed. You know, because I don't know about you, but over here I get fed up with these big corporations, and they just kind of like belittle the conservative Christian point of view, and I get fed up with that. I mean, they shouldn't be this, you know, this massive bias against conservatism in general and Christian viewpoints. It's just not good at all. So, you know, I think there is a real call for that kind of gap to be filled. I know that GB News over in the UK, they kind of did that a bit, you know, where they just not on that kind of heavy bias against. Rumours of wars, Vinton Pool, yes, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's it, yeah. And that's what I mean. I think it's important to have that neutrality, at least in the sense of, like, you know, people are people, like we were saying earlier, in the sense of, like, anyone that's an innocent victim should be a point of concern, and, you know, okay, we've got an update here. Channel 12 News from Israel said the political advisor of the Iraqi Prime Minister told Sky News in Arabic, Iraq is in contact with neighbouring countries to reduce the escalation in the region, and the government is making efforts to prevent Israel from attacking Iraqi territory. This possibly cannot be ruled out, but we do not want to provide Israel with excuses for this. So this follows the line of what we were talking about earlier about the potential that Iran may use Iraq as a base to launch an attack on Israel in supposed an attempt to reduce the chances that Israel would retaliate and hit Iran directly. So that's what that was talking about. But it looks like there's been pretty bad weather in Iraq tonight. Tricky subject, yes, absolutely. I'm just long overdue for a cup of tea. I just saw another. I think that was a lightning flash. Yeah, so there seems to still be a bit of lightning in Lebanon tonight, near Beirut. So. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Someone asked what about Iran. Well, if you go back to the beginning of the video, you'll see what I was talking about at the start in terms of the coverage of the live show tonight. Yeah, the Roosters are just starting. It's blimey! It's 2:23 a.m. in Israel and Lebanon, and the Roosters are already starting. The call to prayer is usually at 4 a.m. But we'll see around 3 a.m. if there's anything goes on tonight that we can cover. Sometimes that happens around 3 a.m. But yeah, just keeping an eye on things really. I'm still going to check out to see if this update was true that I saw earlier. I didn't read it out just in case, but I haven't found anything else corroborating it yet, so I don't want to say it on mic right now. Try to avoid any fake news or anything. Yeah, I'm gonna get a cup of tea. I think we've been streaming 4 hours, so I think it's time for a cup of tea. Thanks, Mud. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better now. It's not as bad as I was, like with the flu, but truth freeze. Yeah, I mean things changed after the after that in Iran, didn't it? Yeah, Yorkshire tea. Sometimes I might get a Yorkshire tea now. Yeah, or I also like Ringtons. So black tea with milk, but no sugar. I'm going to go and get a cup of tea, have a very quick break, and come back and see what if there's any updates and other things going on. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Ah, the coffee is lovely in Italy, but very strong. I'm seeing some flashes in the distance. Is that lightning still, or is it something else? Just a couple of minutes, just finishing the cup of tea. You know, it needs to be brewed, but I'll just be like a minute. I've got to put the milk in now. Right, well, it's coming up to 3 a.m. in Israel. So, let me just get my headphones. Yeah, see that smoke seems to have dissipated a bit now by the airport. For some reason we don't have the border cam. Oh, there was a flash on the top left camera. I don't know, again, if that's lightning. Might still be lightning. Not sure. Yeah, we don't have the border camera today. They usually provide us with a camera on the southern border of Israel with Lebanon, but tonight, yeah, I think it's lightning. You'll see it on the top right of the top left camera. You'll probably see it in just a second on the camera in the top left. What did it already show on there? Yeah, I think it looks like lightning, yeah. It really depends. Sometimes there's you know, the conflict comes to certain areas and there are strikes in certain areas, and sometimes we've covered it when it starts to get light, around 6 a.m. in Israel time, and other times around 3 a.m. Israel time, which is 10 minutes. So it just depends on what's happening. I think we are still seeing lightning over the skies of Beirut. But usually, yeah, I mean, usually we have a third camera in on the northern border with Israel, which is southern Lebanon. We usually have a camera overlooking there, but they haven't got it live tonight. It must be down or something. Not sure why. Oh yeah, yeah, lightning there on the top left camera. Some quite dramatic lightning tonight. But, you know, sometimes we leave the camera going for a number of hours just so people can watch and see what's going on. We've been live for 4.5 hours so far tonight. I'm seeing quite a bit of lightning on the camera there. The top left camera. Yeah, it seems to have been on a trajectory over the last 2 years, doesn't it? In terms of, you know, conflicts increasing in the world. You got the Russia and Ukraine thing, which has never done, it still hasn't stopped. And now you've got North Korean soldiers potentially going in there. So that's been going on, and then you've got this Middle Eastern one since October last year. Israel's been at war with an increasing number of neighbours, it seems. So yeah, there's that as well. And then we don't know what's going to happen if China and Taiwan situation, which we will be able to cover as well live, if that should unfold, because I've been reliably informed by the you know, who we pay the license to, that we will have live feeds, that there are live feeds set up ready for the situation in Taiwan. So I don't know, there's just so much going on, isn't there? And as Heidi said, do not fear. Yeah, we keep mentioning that with you know, wars and rumours of wars. See to it you be not troubled. But yeah, I think it's good for us to be informed and aware and seeing the truth about the world and the situations in the world and what's going on. Absolutely, though, we should not fear. And I don't really fear. I mean, sometimes the idea of something nuclear does make me feel a bit worried, but other than that, I don't really think about this in terms of fear very much. But yeah, obviously it's not a nice thought, some of those things, but of course we don't know how it's going to pan out, and it may not pan out how we expect. So but you know, we know where we'll be if something like that happens, because this is the thing, when we have faith we have hope, right? And hope that goes beyond this world and into the next. So when you see these things, look up, for your redemption draws nigh. In terms of that, what Tricky just said, what do you guys think? I know there's different ideas about the restraint, you know, about that, the meaning of that. Personally, and I'm not a theologian, I'm just speaking of what I've read in terms of studies on it. I've read that it's like a particular ministry of the Holy Spirit, a particular role. I mean, have a look at it yourself, but obviously God is everywhere, and he's, you know, he's always going to be everywhere. And so, yeah, it's a particular operation or role or ministry that I've read that is said to be taken out of the way. But obviously God is not going to be not there, so his spirit is everywhere. But yeah, that's the kind of most convincing thing I've read about that from other commentaries and theologians on the subject. Because God is omniscient, isn't he? So he's everywhere. He's omnipresent. Yeah, I guess that depends if someone's views are pre-trib or not. Hi, Sevenfold 777. Good to see you. Yeah, we just come to 3 a.m. I guess you might have been asleep the other day. I think it was not this morning, the morning before, not yesterday morning, the morning before. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on. We came on quite early in the morning in UK time. I think it was about 6 or 7 a.m. and there was a lot of going on. All these drones coming over Israel and these helicopters chasing it in Israel, which we showed the clips earlier. And things, you know, some flashes in the Beirut and buildings burning and things, burning building near the airport as flights were coming in. And yeah, that was a couple of mornings ago. So yeah, sometimes it just, all this, you know, conflict starts to unfold unexpectedly. And it's like one side begins to attack the other, and then the other side attacks the other side, so in response. Yeah, we keep hearing some gunshots and different bangs in the far distance. I don't know if that's in Beirut or it's somewhere surrounding Beirut. This camera's in just on the outskirts, as we said. So yeah, just heard some more there in the there again in the distance somewhere. I'll just make sure this is the loudest, yeah. Rum and rumour? No, absolutely not. As we keep saying, see to it you be not afraid. That's in the verse, wars and rumours of wars. I don't think you were here for our discussion on that. Yeah, you can scan back 20 minutes. Yeah, we're not fearing. As I said, if you did scan back, you know, the only thing that concerns me sometimes is the idea of nuclear stuff. But other than that, I generally am not. I don't feel much fear. These are birth pangs and all. Absolutely, God has a plan. Yeah, God is sovereign over everything, and everything works together for the good of those that love him and are called according to his purpose. So even things that look difficult or are difficult, it's only a passing time, isn't it? Yeah, rum and rumour. I think the only thing with the nuclear stuff, yeah, absolutely. If you just get blasted straight away, I mean that's. But it's I think the idea of not dying and going through really horrendous suffering is something that sometimes with that level of stuff is a bit unnerving for me. But other than that, I don't. You know, when I see these things happening, I look up. Really, I don't feel a whole lot of fear. It's just one or two things. Absolutely, yeah, God is in control. Yeah. And he will be the one that steps in eventually, if that view is correct in terms of the eschatology. You know, he's the one that will step in this area of the world. Ezekiel 38, and if that's the correct understanding of it. There's that verse, isn't there, that those who fear have not been perfected in love. That's a good verse. But love casts out all fear. I'm definitely a work in progress, though. Definitely. I fall short very much at times, and I'm, you know, sanctification and all. It's a hard journey at times. Yeah, Mohammed Khan, if you had to guess, could this conflict be biblical and a possibility of the Antichrist coming soon? Well, it definitely seems like we're in the season, doesn't it? Definitely seems like we're in the season. The hour is late. Lots of Bible prophecies. And this area of the world that we're looking at on camera, this is central, isn't it? Israel, the Middle East, this is central. As we were saying earlier, there's that saying that Israel is the hour hand, Jerusalem is the minute hand, and the Temple Mount is the second hand of God's prophetic clock. Weatherlow 78 said, why is it taking so long for Iran to respond? I've been expecting, seem like it take a month before they respond. Well, that's just the question, isn't it, of whether or not they would wait for the US election or not. We've looked at different reasons for that earlier. In terms of why they might wait or why they might not. So there's different points to be made there. But we read a update an hour or two ago from a good source, Channel 12, who said they might be waiting till after the election, but before the inauguration. So that's the inauguration's in January. So I don't know. It's hard to know for sure, isn't it? But then there's been Arab media that's reported that it's imminent, so... And also that they might try and launch it from Iraq to try and reduce the likelihood of an Israeli response, so directly on Iran. So well, I should think it's a big decision to make, because the US have said that the Israeli response might be unrestrained, or would be unrestrained. So they must know that they're going to get hammered back, I would imagine. And also that there was that report that said that Iran could be concerned about Trump and their nuclear development sites being struck if Trump gets in the election. So yeah, there's lots of angles to it, lots of things that are being considered there. Hi Mud, good to see you. Glad you're still with us. John Michael said, I know it's prophecy for Israel to be surrounded by her enemies, Egypt being one of them. So my question is, when will they attack, or is that prophecy somewhat figurative? Yeah, definitely surrounded by enemies. There's some people that have different views on these things, right? So I guess it's just a case of watching these things unfold. I mean, there's some people that think that Psalm 83 is at play. And they're interesting theories, but other people interpret it differently. So I guess it's sometimes just a case of watching as it unfolds and just seeing if it lines up with these things, because there are obviously different views on eschatology, but certainly interesting the trajectory of events, right? I think it's possible, whether, but seems possible that they will. Iran may attack again, strike again. Of course, we don't know exactly. We don't know the future, but it seems like there's a strong possibility from everything we see and hear at the moment. But is that just saber rattling? I don't know, but it definitely seems possible. I mean, this would be the third time, right? They've already done 2 in the last few months. But I should imagine it sounds like the Israeli response to it, if it happens again, will be worse, possibly worse. I mean, and Iran have definitely threatened to do a worse attack, which we read earlier. Some sources have been saying that they plan to do a bigger strike than the previous 2, so I guess it's just a case of watching and waiting, seeing what happens, really. Thank you to all the people watching tonight. Give the video a like if you could, so it increases the for the algorithms. That would be really great if you could like the video. Weather said, why Iran don't respond quickly, slow, or Israel hold off attacking Iran? Why take so long to respond? Well, like we were saying, there's a lot of different factors at play here, isn't there, to consider? Anyway, we did a poll where we asked just recently, if Iran attacked again, does Israel have the right to quote-unquote unrestrained retaliation? Which is something that the US has said that if Iran attacks again, Israel could have unrestrained retaliation, and 70% of people in our poll said that they think Israel does have the right to unrestrained retaliation on this this would be the third one, and 30% of people said no, that Israel don't have the right to do that. It's very peaceful in the Beirut tonight, for the most part, apart from some distant sounds of conflict in the area. It has been non-stop, hasn't it, since October in this part of the world. Since the event last a year ago. It's kind of been one thing after another. And we've had all the issues from Yemen as well. In the Red Sea, sinking different ships, and then Lebanon now in the north, Syria, Gaza. Well, at least the people in Beirut might be getting a bit of a better sleep tonight so far. JG, yes, absolutely. Fierce, I would say fierce spiritual battles in my own life. Yeah, it knocked me down for months. I did a post on YouTube, community post talking about that. Absolutely fierce battles. I think it's been getting difficult for a number of people. Yeah, same here since the beginning of the year. Yeah, same here. Since January to, well, for 6 months, and I didn't make any videos on here because I was just not in a good place. Not in a good place. Drawing you into distractions or swaying you away from your faith and backsliding and all this stuff. It's just like tempting you to get away from your faith. Oh, it's difficult. It really is. Jennifer M says, absolutely here too, a substantial increase in spiritual battle. Yeah. Oh, it's terrible. But the thing is that I noticed the moment you, you stop praying as much and you stop reading the Bible as much, and you start to drift, and you get very weak. You become like easy pickings almost. It's not an easy walk, is it? You know, the world, the flesh and the devil is dead set against you. Yeah, and that's the thing. As you go through these trials, you do learn from them, and if you do drift, you can get disciplined. But there's much to learn. Like that verse that says, "Let he who thinks he stands take heed lest he fall." Princess Sleepy asked for prayer. She said, everyone, please may I ask for your prayers. My mother is in the hospital after major surgery. Yeah, that's true, tricky subject, yeah. You do get a target on your back, don't you? I think all Christians have a target on their back. Ben Case posted, and not only so, but we glory in tribulations, also knowing that tribulation worketh patience. Yeah, Princess Sleepy said, agreed we are targets, but the devil's bullets will miss the targets so long as we stand firm in our faith. Yeah, it reminds me of that verse that says, greater is he that's in you than in the world. Well, we've been live for about 5 hours. It's currently nearly 3:30 a.m. in Israel on Monday morning. Hi, David. Thanks for modding. Appreciate your help in the modding. Thanks for liking the video, everyone. If you haven't already, please do. It's we're at 300 odd likes now. That's good. It really does help the streams to get a bit of traction on YouTube. So the more people that come across these, the better. Over time, it's still very early days in what we're doing. So, you know, if these streams start to pick up a bit more, then, you know, more people will come to the streams and witness the chat from such as that you're having in the live chat right now. And that's obviously really good because it's a good outreach to them. You know, people just looking for news who wouldn't normally come on here and see this stuff. So, you know, see it from... Oh, wow, the lightning in the top left camera. Don't know if you saw that. Wow. But, you know, it's good, and that's partly why I'm doing this. It's not the only reason. It's also to, you know, do this journalistically in this endeavour to see events unfold in the world, and that's why I got these licenses to get the live links. But also, it's good because it brings people to this community who wouldn't normally be looking for these types of conversations, and then hopefully they'll see you guys chatting there and be inspired to think about those topics. Okay, David is driving. Are you going to be home soon, David? Jacob, I'm currently in the UK. We, you know, we've oh wow, lightning again. We've subscribed to this license to get the professional cameras, live cameras. So this is the new endeavour we're doing. I do hope to go back to Israel. I've spent quite a bit of time there, so I do hope that would be nice. I did get banned. Well, I got kicked out at one point for covering the Third Temple stuff. That's a long story. So I actually ended up in a cell for the night because they didn't let me in. One time I went there because of the thought that my coverage of the Third Temple was not helpful. So it got a bit complicated. So if I go back again, there is the chance they won't let me in again. So I don't know. It's kind of a risk to go back. Yeah, we don't have a camera on the border of Israel, southern border of Israel tonight. We usually do, but for some reason it's not live. Yeah, it's very peaceful tonight. Yeah, I just saw someone post a video about the topic of the Canadian churches catching on fire. So I don't know what that's about. I haven't seen anything yet, but right, I'm gonna go and rest, relax a bit. I'll leave this stream on. If anything happens, I'll be back on and to cover it some more. But I'm gonna take this opportunity to have a little relax. Been on here streaming for nearly 5.25 hours, so I will leave it on for people to, if they want to carry on watching and seeing what's going on and chatting, etc. Take care, tricky subject, and yeah, thank you. I'll have a little rest, I think. Still on the mend, but doing a lot better with the flu. Yeah, but I'll be around if anything goes on, then I will come back on. So, take care.
هو بتسحب دغري بتمشي. هيك صح ما هيك؟ لا حتى هون بدك تتوضأ ما الله أكبر. صباح وحش حسين. سلام. الله الله لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر. الوزن المتحدة طلع معي طلع هذه كلمة الصلاة كان الوقت الآن الكهرباء عم تيجي على الخمس 3 ساعات وتكفي. جيت عملت الصالون ما مشى، سكرت الصالون بعدين شفت هذا أنا باجي الصالون شفته هاو بعد مش خالصين شغل بعد إذا اشتريت الصالون إذا بتطبق احنا عمرنا مع بعض جربنا عند الخريطة ضلنا طيبين ضلنا طيبين إذا واحد عايز بيت ماشي يبيعه والعربي إذا واحد عمال تاني بقى العرض هيبقى زي خلاص فكرة الموضوع وصلنا أي واحد بيحب الأعداء أنا بالنسبة لي إنه فكرة واحد حالة التدريب الواقع أنا والله بحكي من بعد السيد مشيت من يوم عمر اللي جيت ابن عمر فما حصل الواحد عايز الشعب أهلا الأراضي البنات وحركة الشكر على حيث ويجي بعدين وكذا يعني أنا الحد في أطلع كل عمر عايشين بطارة واحدة تمام بالوقت أنا أطلع هرب له بالأسبوع يوم يومين من الألف ولا يمكن عايز الفضاء ماشي بس السباحة أكيد يكون يعني كل واحد يعرف الخوف إن شاء الله يركز في حالة البعض هذا في واحد عمل لأنه في وقت لأن نص العالم يعني حتى في الجيش الحربي ولا يكونوا ما يكونوا حاجة إحنا عندنا بطلان الفكرة يعني شاهد السؤال في الشكل الذي يطلع على الأرض في الشكل والله بيعمل لي حالة والله غير ما بيطلع والله وقفنا على النار رحنا لها وعطنا لا هو بيشرب الإمام لا والله هذا الطريقة الحين هو وعندنا حتى ما نحن
هي
جعل القصة ورق الرز يرد علينا قلت هيك ردوا علينا هذيك المرة نزلوا علينا التربينية ولا ضاغط رمضان فكرة.
على الخط الجماعة حتى الموضوع
أيوة هي
هذا الجمعة حي هي أصلا عندهم واحد أول حد صار
هي حدث
هي مرة عندها شروط إن شاء الله تصير في
واحد رفيق سمسي كان غني
هو السنة الماضية
كان هو هذا الشباب
صارت وراحوا الناحية أدوار الناحية
أول شيء ده عزيز هذا ما لسه على عارف يحط فكرة طب معلش كنا عليهم عايز محمود الله يرحمه الله يرحمه الله يرحمه الشهيد دايره 50 راح ما خلى من أول بدأ يحمل نجس يبعد لا بيخلي عشان تطلبينه وخارج يعني لا استحيل ان يكون يجي واحد اتعب بايام ويحمي اتعب يقول لك هاي الفرق تراكم الخبرات والقدرات هي اللي بتخليك مثلا أماكن متخيل سنين برضه بتمول بنحط فلاش علينا اقسم بالله بضل عندي جنبه ايوه هي بلد بلد في عطلة بحل اوقات بيكون مخلوق
بيفحصوا له يعني انه بيفحصوا له عليه تشيك واحد تشيك تشيك واحد ظروف هي 450 واحد
انا احب
ربنا يتحملك تكون عارف
عملت جروب أول مرة مثل واحد طلعوا كل واحد بيتحمل المهنة انتوا هون بس الحد الأكبر أو الخبر بس تحليل شخصي ما حدا يعمل. ومش مطلوب منك مع إنه الشباب إنه ما بيطلعوا خلاص بس إنه المدخل اللي نحن عملنا الجروب لنقابل الشباب يطلع مين طالع مين بيتصل واحد ركبة أوبجيكت في العالم المهم يجي واحد المقصود انه هو يوظف هذا بس بيكون في اجتهاد الحال تقول الشمال طلع عن شهر طلع عن شهر عيطت عليه طب حدا بيشوف
we lost the sound. They changed the camera, so they got rid of the other camera, but probably because the guy hadn't adjusted the brightness, I don't know. So the new camera they've put on there is just a hiss. But yeah, I might end the stream because of that. It's quiet at the moment there. If anything develops, I might bring it back online. We probably will go live later on Monday night, just to see if anything develops in this region before the US election on Tuesday. But yeah, we have been streaming for just over 8 hours, so might just call it a night here and get a bit of rest and see if anything develops later on before the US election. But and of course on Tuesday we will be doing coverage of the US election, and if anything unfolds on that night or after the election, we should have live feeds, live links to them. So anyway, if you want to follow the channel, please subscribe, and if you click the notification bell and select all notifications, you will get a notification when we do go live. If you don't do that, you probably won't. As we've found recently, you have to click the notification bell and select all notifications for YouTube to notify you, when we do go live. So thank you for everyone who's been here. Thanks for everyone who's been chatting. It's been good to have you with us. I hope you come back and continue when we do coverage, which should be quite regularly. So please do like the video before you go. That would be really helpful. Thank you. And also we have channel memberships open if you want to support the stream. The licenses, these are all above board licenses, everything for these cameras. And thank you all for watching. And thank you to Mud, our new mod. Really appreciate your help. Have a great sleep, everyone, and see you soon. Take care.